Senate will come to order. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, La Mantilla, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, Springer, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini.
Members, a quorum is present. With those in the gallery and on the floor, please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Pastor Matthew Paul of Summit Worship Center here in Austin. Pastor.
O sovereign God, God most merciful and God most holy, the source of our strength, you call these leaders to serve the public, promote justice, and establish peace in our land. I lift before you all who serve our nation through this body, its senators and its staff represented here today. Give to those whom we entrust with authority the spirit of wisdom and understanding. Grant them a spirit of knowledge and resolve. As they gather today to make decisions that affect your people, I pray you would give them ears to hear and a heart to understand the needs of those in which they serve. You remind us that a house which is divided cannot stand. So I ask that you will give to them a spirit of unity to work together for the good of those you have entrusted them to govern. Grace them with your presence, and may what is done here today lay the foundation for a better future tomorrow. I pray this through your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Members, the Dean of the Senate moves to dispense with the reading of yesterday's journal. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Senator West to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Mr. President and members, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Austin Plumley as our physician of the day. He joins us from Dallas, Texas as a proud resident of District 23. Dr. Plumley graduated with his doctorate degree for medical sciences from the University of Arkansas in 2013 and then completed his residency in family medicine at John Peter Smith Hospital in 2016. Dr. Plumley is board certified by the American Board of Family Medicine and is a member of the Texas Academy of Family Physicians. He currently works as a family medicine physician in Dallas, specializing in family medicine and emergency medicine, and has over 10 years of experience in the medical field. Dr. Plumley and family medicine resident Dr. Catherine Cranston will be at the Capitol Clinic today from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. working alongside of our Capitol nurse practitioner, Catherine Lindley. Members of the Texas Senate, please join me in welcoming Dr. Austin Plumley to the state capitol.
Members? This is what we do it. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 526 by Huffman et al., recognizing May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Chair recognizes Senator Huffman on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, it is my pleasure today to lay out Senate Resolution 526, which recognizes May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Today in the gallery and throughout the Capitol, we have visiting our proud members of the AAPI community from every corner of our state. They're here to celebrate their contributions to Texas and meet with their elected officials. In my district, we have many thriving and incredibly close-knit AAPI communities that I am so honored to represent in the Texas Senate. I want to thank Representative Angie Shin Button for asking me to sponsor this resolution in the Senate. It's a great honor. Members in the Legislative Conference Center from noon to 1 p.m., our honored guests will be having a small reception, and we are all welcome, and I encourage you and or your staff to drop by. I know that there are other members that want to speak and welcome you. Senator Whitmire has specifically asked. He's very excited about you visiting the Capitol today, as we all are. It is a great honor to have each and every one of you here to share in this beautiful building, which you should proudly call your state capitol. And with that, I yield to other members.
Senator Menendez on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise to thank Senator Huffman for Senate Resolution 526, recognizing May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I want to thank my constituents who've made it up here today. I ran into a couple of them earlier today. I don't know if they're in the gallery right now, but I want to thank all of them. And I also want to thank our community, especially I'm so proud that in Bexar County, not only do we have our first Asian American mayor, we have our first Asian American county judge as well. And so we're very, very proud of all of the contributions that the Asian American Pacific Islander community has made, not just to San Antonio, but to the state of Texas and to this nation. So welcome to your Texas Senate. Welcome to your state capitol. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all the contributions that make this state a better state to live in. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Dean Whitmire on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Senator Huffman, thank you for bringing this resolution to the floor. I'm excited today to see Texans visit their capital and so proud of their Asian culture. Your language, your customs, you bring to our state capitol, and we're a more beautiful capital because of your presence. I do want you to remember, this is your state capitol, and you need to leave here fired up to tell your experience and your story to your families, your communities, because you and I know things in government, legislation are not accidents. They're planned. They're planned long in advance of us coming to Austin. So you need to go back home fired up about your state capitol, your community, register, talk to your young people, talk to your seniors, and talk about what a great experience you had visiting your capital. Members, we're seeing Texans visit their capital today, and our Asian communities are some of our finest citizens in every regard, patriotism, family, education, all the qualities that makes Texas a great state and our nation a great nation are witnessed right here in our gallery today. So I want you to leave here proud to be Asians, proud to be Texans, proud to be residents, proud of just what you allow us to share with you. So if I could, and there may be other speakers, but at some point, I would like all the Asians in the gallery to stand and let us give you an applause for being at your state capitol. Mr. President, please rise.
Thank you, Dean Whitmire.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Flores on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise to recognize the Asian community and the Pacific Islanders and welcome you to your state capitol. As Senator Whitmire so eloquently stated, everything about you is American, about the family, hard work, enterprise, that you never give up. Our national motto is E pluribus unum, out of many one. And the many that you provide to the one is a great treasure to your community, to Texas, and to America. Welcome to your Senate. God bless you.
Senator Eckhart on the resolution.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you so much to all of you in the gallery. There are 1.9 million AAPI folks in Texas. 1.9 million! And y'all's contribution to Texas in terms of ethnic, cultural, language, religious diversity is so important to making us a truly strong state. Your contributions daily to our communities in health, education, and prosperity is untold. Texas is stronger because of its diversity. Texas is stronger by truly living those words that Senator Flores just mentioned, E pluribus unum, from many one. We are one Texas. We are one Texas, and we must be a welcoming Texas. I am so deeply honored by y'all's presence here today, and deeply honored and inspired by the incredible organizing capacity of our AAPI folks in Texas. Y'all's ability to turn up and turn out in elections and also on issues that are being debated in this building makes a difference. Your resiliency, your ability to keep coming is an inspiration to Texans and also to all of us. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for being part of Texas.
Senator Paxton on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and so good to see you guys. We got some great folks from North Texas here today, and I've just had such a wonderful morning saying hello to so many folks in the hallway outside the gallery. My office is right here, so I was strategically placed to get to say hello this morning. Thank you so much. You know, one of the things that I remember, and I'll always remember deep in my heart, when I first started running for office, so many of you, we connected, and we connected in a lot of ways, in two specific ways. Our desire to support strong families. And your community has such a strong example of strong families. And I'm so thankful for that. And it's something that we've always worked together on. And one of the other things that is very near and dear to my heart is education. How many of you are teachers? I know that Michael's here, and I saw him a little earlier. so many folks, when I talk up in my district, and they've come here from another state or from another country, and I ask, why'd you come to Texas? Why'd you come to Collin County? And they will say, education. I came here to get my own education, but I wanted to stay here to educate my kids. And so that's another place where we have such strong affinity and unity. And I appreciate what you have given to our community in North Texas. God bless you guys for being here today, for being so involved. And I appreciate more than anything your friendship. I hope you have a wonderful day in Austin, here at your state capitol. And God bless you and God bless Texas.
Senator West on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Huffman, in terms of this particular resolution, which is, needless to say, something in the 30 years that I've been here, my friends, I've never, ever seen a turnout from the Asian American community that I see today. Thank you for being here also. Thanks for turning out. And I want you to listen to me, and please listen to me closely. There's legislation sometimes that you may not agree with that's been filed, like Senate Bill 147, okay? And you, if you disagree with...
Senator, you're not here, not during resolutions and recognitions, bringing up bills.
Okay, I apologize, Mr. President.
Thank you. Please speak on the resolution.
Gotcha. As it relates to issues, you need to make certain that you come out of the shadows of Texas and make sure that your voice is heard. Every member on this floor is going to be responsive to your perspectives on issues. All of us count you as valuable constituents. And so by you showing up in the manner in which you have today, for the first time since I've been here as a senator, it shows that you want to be involved in this legislative process. It shows that you want to make certain that your ancestors' contributions to the state of Texas and to this country is in fact recognized and appreciated. And so I appreciate each and every one of you being here today, and I'm hoping that this just won't be the last time that you show up here at your state capitol. Now, I know that we have people from Dallas, Texas here today. Where's Dallas? That's what I'm talking about. Members, these are Dallas Cowboy fans, not Houston, Texas fans, anything like it, but Dallas Cowboy fans. And so I appreciate each and every one of you showing up here today, and we look forward to seeing you as you go throughout the Capitol today, sojourning on making certain that you are recognized in the state of Texas as a viable part of this state. Thank you very much.
Senator Parker on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. I want to thank Senator Huffman for bringing this wonderful resolution. To all of my friends in the Asian community from Senate District 12 and across Texas, welcome to your Texas Capitol and welcome to your great Texas Senate. It's such an honor to have all of you here today. It is such a spectacular fact that you all do so much each and every day to strengthen the fabric of our communities. You're incredible people. You're incredible family people. You're amazing entrepreneurs, as all of my colleagues have talked about. We appreciate and cherish you, and we want you to know how much we cherish and love the contributions that you make each and every day. I want to say one other thing real quickly. You know, as Republicans and Democrats here in this legislature, I want you to know that we all stand as one against and denounce all forms of Asian hate. We want you to know that we always have your back, and we're so honored and blessed to call you fellow Texans, and so blessed to have you here today at your state capitol. God bless you. May God continue to bless the great state of Texas. Thank you all.
Senator Miles, for what on the resolution?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Huffman, I too want to thank you for bringing this resolution to the floor to celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. This nationwide observation is a month that recognize contributions and influences of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, Americans in history, culture, achievement to our country. Senate District 13 is where I have, and the most diverse district in the state of Texas, with more than 145 languages spoken in my district alone. My district is home to the heart of the Asian community in Houston. And if you drive down Bel Air Boulevard around Beltway 8, you will be literally driving past 10 miles of Asian small businesses in my district. Members, this is an embodiment of the American dream. Please. I want to welcome everyone in the gallery who came from all corners of our state to celebrate Asian American Pacific Islanders Heritage Month. Thank you for joining us today, and welcome to your state capitol. Thank you.
Senator Betancourt on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. What a wonderful set of visitors to the great state of Texas Capitol, because you bring a great state of Texas with you. There's so much interest in the Asian community because you emphasize education. You emphasize property ownership. And you understand what I'm going to tell you, that you understand the concept of lucky eights, right? 888, right? Are you ready for a lucky 8? Do you want a bunch of property tax relief? Come on, I can't hear you.
Senator, you're here to speak on the resolution?
I didn't know that we didn't have a bill number. My apologies.
Okay.
I thought there was a bill number.
Okay, I didn't. So,
well,
thank you.
I wish you a great lucky 8 on your trip and in life, with education of your children, with your property ownership, and with great entrepreneurial and business success in the future. 888, lucky 8s. Thank you.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Very quickly, because I've spoke earlier, but after hearing the overwhelming support for this resolution, I only think it'd be fitting if Senator Huffman would agree that I make a motion to add all members' names to this resolution, Mr.
Members,
President.
you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Before we adopt, I will add just one bit, if I may, on behalf of Lieutenant Governor Patrick. Thank you all for joining us today. And in my 20 years of service in the military, served in both Japan, but most of my time was spent in the Republic of Korea. So for those of you from the Republic of Korea, or your heritage is Korean, let me greet you in the traditional Hangul. Annyeonghaseyo and kamsahamnida for joining us today. Hooah! Yeah, I'm getting them. Senator Huffman to close.
Thank you, members. I'm glad I could bring a resolution this morning that woke the Senate up, and we had such lively guests. Thank you so much. We love having you. And I move adoption.
Members, Senator Huffman moves adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the resolution is adopted. Senate will come to order. Senator Kolkhorst for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. What an honor it is today to recognize the Texas...
Members, we have order in the chamber, please. Hold on, Senator Colcourse. We'll let the crowd disperse a bit.
What an honor it is today to recognize the Texas Poultry Federation, who are here today for their 100th anniversary. Joining us for this occasion, we have the current Executive Vice President, J.C. Essler, retired Executive Vice President and constituent, James Grimm, and members of the Texas Poultry Federation and affiliates boards. The Texas poultry industry has operated as a trade association since its founding as the Texas Baby Chick Association in 1923. Over the years, this organization changed to the Texas Poultry Improvement Association as they recognized the necessity to add affiliated organizations to focus on the needs of the industry. The Texas Turkey Federation, the Texas Broiler Council, and the Texas Egg Council each became affiliates of this organization. In 1965, to become unified as one organization, these constituents voted to become affiliates under one unified poultry trade organization named the Texas Poultry Federation. The Texas Poultry Federation is the only statewide poultry organization working specifically for the Texas poultry industry. The industry is a $3 billion industry in the state of Texas. Within the United States, both the Texas broiler industry and the Texas egg industry rank 5th in the overall national rankings. I know in Senate District 18, I have a number that are a member of the Texas Poultry Federation and producers. And so I want to welcome them and celebrate 100 years as an organization. If they would, please rise and help us give them a great round of applause.
Thank you for joining us today. Thank you. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
Senate Bill 510, Senate Bill 508, Senate Bill 507, Senate Bill 415, Senate Bill 412, Senate Bill 281, Senate Bill 271, Senate Bill 1210, Senate Bill 1158, Senate Bill 1093, Senate Bill 1023, Senate Bill 1013, Senate Bill 957, Senate Bill 818, Senate Bill 806, Senate Bill 761, Senate Bill 699, Senate Bill 617, Senate Bill 580, Senate Bill 569, Senate Bill 1639, Senate Bill 1588, Senate Bill 1577, Senate Bill 1527, Senate Bill 1495, Senate Bill 1322, Senate Bill 1286, Senate Bill 1259, Senate Bill 1249, Senate Bill 1852, Senate Bill 1839, Senate Bill 1837, Senate Bill 1831, Senate Bill 1758, Senate Bill 1646, Senate Bill 1645, SCR 44, Senate Bill 2221, Senate Bill 2214, Senate Bill 2193, Senate Bill 2101, Senate Bill 2069, Senate Bill 2038, Senate Bill 1991, Senate Bill 1985, Senate Bill 1914, Senate Bill 1866.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 532 by Menendez et al., commending the members of the 12th class of the Senator Gregory Luna Legislative Scholars and Fellows.
Chair recognizes Senator Menendez on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. Members, it is my distinct honor to rise in recognition of the Senator Greg Luna Legislative Scholars and Fellows program. And as many of you know, Senator Gregory Luna was elected to his first term in the Texas Senate in 1992. In addition to being the chair of the Senate Hispanic Caucus, his many accomplishments include the border initiative that led to more PhD programs and research money at border institutions. He was also the founder of the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund, one of the founders. He was, so members, as the Senate Hispanic Caucus Chair, I'm very proud to continue to support the Luna Scholar Program, which carries on his legacy. And the Luna Scholar Program is more than just an internship, and it's more than just a scholarship. It is really an immersive program where these fellows get to work full-time, collaborating closely with legislative staff on complex policy issues that move through the legislature. And the program has always been and will continue to be a unique opportunity for young leaders to earn real-life experience and exposure to the legislative process and to work with high-profile elected officials. At this time, I want to introduce the members that we have. They're up here in the gallery, in the northeast gallery, corner of the gallery.
Members, let's have order in the chamber. Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate this since we're getting to the portion where I'm introducing these young people. In my office, we're very fortunate and grateful to have Ms. Victoria de Anda as our Lunar Scholar. As I call you up, please stand and rise. I'm going to say a few things about you. Victoria obtained her BA in anthropology with a minor in political science from the University of Texas at El Paso. And then she continued with her education at UTEP and earned her master's in Latin American and border studies. Victoria has quickly become a critical member of our team, and during her time with our office, she's worked on bills referred to committees on border security and jurisprudence, and has even served as one of our state affairs staffers for the session. Most importantly, Victoria has treated every one of our visitors and constituents with kindness, dignity, and respect. Victoria, we cannot thank you enough for your hard work, your dedication, your commitment to the office and to the constituents of Senate District 26. I cannot say how much we appreciate your hard work. Thank you. You make us all proud, and everyone who's come into contact has nothing but great things to say about you. Let's give Victoria a round of applause. I'd also like to recognize Sarah Saenz, the director of the Senate Hispanic Research Council, as the person responsible for the direct care and the placement of Luna Scholars in all of our offices. Sarah, I want to thank you. We're very grateful for your thoughtfulness in ensuring that the scholars and fellows have a great legislative session each session, and the time and the attention you pay to the program does not go unnoticed. We're all very grateful for your hard work as well. Members, I know that many of you who have them would like to make comments about your particular Luna, and after we wrap up the resolution, Mr. President, members, those of you who have offices, I'd love to go outside and on the steps and take a picture. Mr. President, I know that there are some members who'd love to say a few words about their particular Luna Scholar.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. You're correct. Senator Whitmire on the resolutions. Dean Whitmire.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, scholars, I'm one of the members that served with Greg Luna. And Greg Luna would be very proud, Senator Menendez, of the caliber of Luna Scholars. I can remember at one time in the Capitol, interns just kind of filled some seats. They were getting experience, but they didn't have meaningful jobs. But as I look at you this morning, I know that y'all have made a difference in your respective offices. And I particularly want to point out my Luna Scholar, Juan Nagrate, who became my committee clerk. Juan knew that we didn't have that position filled at the first of the session. And the next thing I know, members and scholars, Juan was sitting next to me conducting the meetings. So I know of the talent, the skill and the commitment to public service. And Juan has a distinguished background coming from Eagle Pass and paid his way through school and not only helped himself get through school, but reached out to help others. So I look forward to watching his progress, yours. Leave here fired up. As you well know, nothing happens by accident around here. It's through networking, it's through hard work and preparation. So I know the best is yet to come. Juan's going to go to UT Law School, and I often talk about put a face on an issue or a face on a circumstance. The scholars, you Luna scholars, are the face of the future of Texas, and for that, I'm very excited and look forward to working with you. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Dean Whitmire. Senator Zaffirini on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, Senator Greg Luna championed many worthy causes during his wonderful career in public service, but none as passionately as equal educational opportunity for all, especially for Hispanics. The Luna Scholars Program, which has enabled more than 130 students to gain educational legislative experience during the last 20 years, is a tribute, an appropriate tribute, to his legacy. Senator Luna would have been delighted to meet the Luna intern assigned to my Capitol office, Sarai Ruiz. Would you please stand? She is smart, hardworking, affable, innovative, and knowledgeable, and has a bright future. A first-generation college student from my hometown, Laredo, she was graduated last week from the University of Texas at Austin with a double major in psychology and government, a minor in sociology, and 2 certificates in business and public policy and in forensic science. As an undergraduate, Sarai conducted research analyzing government responsiveness in small and rural areas across Texas and helped pioneer a study including Mexican-American students who translate for their Spanish-speaking parents in the Travis County area. She also worked as a Senate messenger during the 2021 special sessions and gained experience that sparked her interest in public policy. Sarai hopes to further her education by pursuing a law degree in civil and constitutional law. She is a valuable member of our team and assists with critical legislative and administrative duties. Thank you, Sarai, for your hard work and for contributing to our success. Thank you to all the other Luna scholars whose good work benefits the Texas Senate. And thank you, Senator Menendez, for your leadership in ensuring that we continue to pay tribute to our great friend, Senator Greg Luna. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you, Senator Zaffirini. Senator Blanco on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank my colleague, Senator Menendez, for bringing this resolution to the floor. Mr. President, members, I joined Senator Menendez in honoring the 12th class of the Luna Scholars. It's such a great program. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to sit with them, hear about their stories, hear about their futures. And members, I got to tell you what, this is such a great group of young individuals. The future is bright. Hearing their stories and hearing the questions and thoughtful issues that they're concerned about was just such a delight for me. And I know that our hands we're in good shape with them in future leadership roles. But this is a program that I think has changed so many lives. It certainly has changed my chief of staff's life. He was a Luna scholar here and part of the Alumni Association. And this session, I was honored to have Miss Erin Gonzalez from my office. So Erin, if you could stand, please. Erin is from Houston. She's a recent graduate from the Texas A&M University with a degree in psychology. And I got to tell you what, she really wears that Aggie pride on her sleeve. So much so, Senator Perry, that she begged to serve on the Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs Committee because she really enjoys the topic. But she has this great eagerness to learn. She has a true passion to serve her community and serve our state. In her undergraduate Erin's program, she spent her time in Washington, D.C. As an Archer Fellow, and she did a great job there. She also does a lot of legislative work in my office, separate from the committee. But Erin, you've really proven to be a great asset in our office. You've taken the tough work. You've been fearless. in your work. You've been very proactive and just a very hard worker. And I think you've got an exceptional mind. I think that you've got a very unique perspective that you bring to our office, and it's very much appreciated. When I talk to the staff, Cassandra, our legislative director, and Josh, our chief of staff, they say nothing but great things about the work that you have done. And really, my district has benefited from that. The people of the 29th Senate District and the families and the communities are better because of your service and your hard work this session. So, Aaron, thank you so much for all that you've done. I'm so deeply proud of you and grateful for all that you've done for our team and our office and our community. Your future is extremely bright. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Senator Blanco. Senator Alvarado on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to Senator Menendez, thank you once again for being the sponsor of this resolution and for reminding us about the late Senator Gregory Luna, a great Texan, former member of this body, leaves a long legacy. And what better way to carry that legacy than investing in the future generations of Texas? I want to thank the program for giving us some of the best and brightest in our offices. I know those of us who are fortunate enough to have Luna interns in our office, how much we appreciate them and their work ethic. We have been very honored to have Jose Silva in our office, and he has been a very integral part of the team. He has been played a significant role in pieces of legislation that we've passed. He has handled some delicate and challenging situations in our district. And I know that his upbringing in the Rio Grande Valley has a lot to do with his success. He knows firsthand the challenges that face his community, and certainly he brings those talented skills, multitasking, so many things in our office. We are very honored to have Jose. He's worked diligently during the day. He is with us, but he's also attending night classes at UT's LBJ School of Public Affairs, never missing a day of work or class. So, Jose, we're very appreciative of you, and we look for the best and bright future ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Senator Alvarado. Senator Eckhart on the resolution.
Thank you so much. I want to stress that this is the Luna Scholarship. These are Luna Scholars. We are just so blessed to have y'all in our offices. You augment our capabilities enormously and also bring such fresh perspective. And I can't thank you enough, and thank the late Senator Greg Luna for having established this. Truly, as Senator Zaffarini said, what a legacy. So first I want to give a shout out to Juan Negrete, who was an intern in my office during the interim and then went over to Senator Whitmire's office for the session. So thank you for spreading the love around. And then my Luna Scholar for the session has been Gabriel Martinez. Gabe has been so tremendous. He is so gregarious, curious, outgoing, extroverted. You have asked the best questions. You have opened my eyes to perspectives. The conversation in our little bullpen with all of the policy folks has been enlightening to me, and I really deeply appreciate you and all that you've brought to the office this session. Gabriel Martinez is a recent graduate of UT. Put him up, Longhorns. Whoop, whoop. Having received his master's degree in education policy and leadership. Again, these are the Luna Scholars. A master's degree in education in my office. What a tremendous asset. Gabriel was born to Puerto Rican parents and grew up speaking Spanish in the home. He's the proud product of Texas education, having attended Vista Ridge High School in Cedar Park, Austin Community College, and Texas State University, where he received his undergraduate, a bachelor's degree of science, a Bachelor of Science degree in education. Since day one in our office, Gabe has proven himself to be eager to learn and always willing to help with research, lengthy committee hearings, and more. Gabe's passion for U.S. history and presidents shows in his sock collection of presidential socks, as well as his love for policy work, citing President LBJ and his War on Poverty initiative as inspiration for his interest in education equity. While in graduate school, Gabe worked for Project Males, a mentoring initiative focused on supporting young black and brown boys around the Austin area. He also interned for IDRA, an education nonprofit organization focused on bringing equity and inclusion to public schools. Countless times, Gabriel showed us all how grateful he was to his family, his mom and dad, Aileen and Hector, his sister and brother-in-law, Laura and David, his nephews, Eli and Tommy, and all his family in Puerto Rico, cheering him on. Yearning for an education system that values student individuality and one that appreciates educators and administrators, Gabe's drive is serving him well and serving the state of Texas and every one of our children in it. We are deeply grateful for Gabe's contribution and can't wait to see him shape Texas education, and shape Texas children. Thank you, Gabe.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President, members, and thank you, Senator Menendez. And we all know that our great senator, who is now in heaven, was from San Antonio, Gregory Luna. Who was a very key spokesperson for la gente, for families, for his constituents. And for me, the Luna Scholars is really a humongous help to us to introduce young people to the actual legislative process and to meet senators, to meet other staff people and other legislators. Just as important to meet constituents. We learn from each other. Emily, could you just please stand up? And I, quite frankly, been very fortunate, very lucky in the Luna Scholars that have come and worked for me. As a matter of fact, two previous Luna Scholars are now chief of staff. I think Josh Reyna, now the chief of staff for Seno Blanco, used to be a Luna Scholar with me. And now, Luis Moreno, who used to be a Luna Scholar, now chief of staff. Some of you may like it so much you want to stay here and continue working and making a difference on legislation that makes our state better, our families better. But you all bring so many different perspectives, different views, different experiences that really make a difference in terms of the legislation that we consider, the feedback we get from you. And for me, Emily Grantham is a Houston native who has been working in my office as a Luna Scholar this session. She works and is a staffer, political analyst for the Health and Human Services, as well as Water and Agriculture. She's a city girl, but now she's going to find out more about agriculture, plants, cows, and so on. So the knowledge that she has is extensive. She's been all over the world, teaching in other countries in the world, like China, and mentoring younger people in terms of education, in terms of learning, and she's, believe it or not, graduating from Smith College in Northampton, Massachusetts this summer. Not an Aggie lady, not a UT, but Smith College in Massachusetts. But, during her undergraduate work at Emily explored her interest in public policy through teaching, grant writing, and internships with the U.S. Department of Education and our own congressman from Austin, Congressman Lloyd Doggett in Washington, D.C. So she's a very experienced person at a very young age. And after graduation from Smith College, she hopes to return to her roots here in this great state of ours, Texas. They don't have tasty Tex-Mex food in Massachusetts like they do here in Texas. So please help me recognize my excellent staff person, Emily Granham. Emily, thank you for all your work.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think if everyone's spoken, I'm ready to adopt. I just want to thank you, Mr. President, members, for the time to recognize these young people. The future of the state of Texas is bright. And, Mr. President, if there is no objection, I know that the members, we're going to make these resolutions available to them as part of their going away present. So I'd like to make a motion to add all members' names to the resolution, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any objection, members? Hearing none. Resolution.
Adoption.
The names and is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. The resolution is adopted. Thank you, Senator. Members, if there are no objections, I'd like to postpone the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's session. If no objection, chair hears none. The reading and referrals of bills is postponed. Members, that concludes the morning call. It was a lively one. Committee substitute for House Bill 1595, Senator Huffman, to suspend the regular order of business. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. At this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute to House Bill 1595. Members, to meet the challenges of a rapidly growing population, Texas will require an educated workforce and research-driven solutions. To start addressing those issues, the committee substitute to House Bill 1595 reforms the way Texas funds research at our institutions of higher ed. This bill creates the Texas University Fund, also to be known as TUF, by building upon the existing structure of the National Research University Fund, NRUF. Eligible recipients of the TUF include research universities that expend an average of $20 million in federal and private sponsored research annually, award an average of 45 research doctoral degrees annually, and are not eligible to participate in PUF. Institutions that would currently qualify include Texas Tech, U of H, University of North Texas, and Texas State Universities. Members, you'll recall that the Senate version of this bill appropriated $2.5 billion for the establishment of the new fund. This funding will be in conjunction with $896 million currently in NRUF. Thus, the TUF will have an initial corpus of approximately $3.4 billion. Current PUF eligible institutions that participate in NRUF would become ineligible for funding from this new endowment, but are made whole by being moved to the National Research Support Fund, formerly named the Core Research Support Fund. Committee substitute to House Bill 1 includes $117 million in GR for the National Research Support Fund, and distributions to each of the qualifying PUF eligible institutions are projected to be above what they currently receive under NRUF. The bill will further transition research funding into a tiered model. The first is base funding, which would be augmented by performance-based funding driven by research expenditures. This ensures that institutions are not only competitive across the state, but nationally. Eligible institutions would receive a base funding amount dependent on their research expenditures and private research expenditures and number of research doctoral degrees awarded. The base tier would be distributed in 3/4, a third to Texas Tech, a third to U of H, and a third split between Texas State and UNT. 1/4 would be distributed based on federal and private research awards. That's the performance tier. And research doctoral degrees awarded 15%. It also...
Members, can we have some order on the floor? It's very hard to hear, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Also applies a tiered disbursement method to our comprehensive research universities for continuity among the various research funds. Members, I will have one floor amendment that clarifies a few issues that develop as this bill moved through the process. However, the floor amendment does not change the intent of the bill in any form. Finally, I want to inform you that 6 university systems have signed a letter in support of this groundbreaking new higher ed research endowment. And with that, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Hinojosa, for what purpose?
If I may ask, Senator.
Do you yield?
Sure.
Senator Huffman, I know you work very hard on the piece of legislation. And for us as a state, we ought to have more Tier 1 research institutions. And we don't, compared to, let's say, other states or California, for that matter. So your bill is very important that we are setting up a corpus, a fund, the Texas University Fund, to be able to allow Texas Tech, University of Houston, Texas State, University of North Texas, and others to provide a path for them to become and reach a goal being first-tier university. My question is, of course, you have an amendment that will make sure that they'll be held harmless. If other universities at some point reach the criteria that's set in your bill for them to become Tier 1 universities. I understand you'll be doing that.
Yeah, the bill originally had a hold harmless provision. The floor amendment clarifies it somewhat and specifically details a formula that would be required for another university to enter. How the hold harmless would be.
And the reason for that, because we do not want to reduce and divide the pie, if you will, among other universities that may reach that point where they qualify. At that time, we may have to add additional funding to make sure we're able to fund them without having a negative impact on those universities that are already part of the Texas University Fund.
Right, and that's what happened in Rough, that it kept getting watered down. Yeah.
And I know there have been issues in terms of the PUF schools. I have two universities in my Senate District 20. One qualifies for PUF, UT Rio Grande Valley. The other one, A&M Corpus Christi, does not. But those universities like Corpus Christi A&M, who are not part of PUF under the Texas A&M system, at some point there will be a criteria or a path for them to get to the point that they could be also part of the Texas University Fund in the future.
Right, and the criteria is set in statute in this bill about how you would qualified to be in TUF, and then the hold harmless provision will clarify the amount of funding that would be necessary and the legislative approval that would be necessary for another university to join in.
And I really look forward working with you to make sure we have other universities who really aspire to be Tier 1 research universities. And are working very hard to reach and meet the criteria of, I think it's 20 million research monies and another 45 doctor's degrees. Can't remember the exact amount.
Right.
But it gives them an incentive at some point, somewhere along the line, maybe 4 years from now, 6 years from now, when they become eligible, we will work towards providing a path to them that's realistic and practical in terms of the amount of funding that may be needed, or doing a study and looking at how to get there without in any way having a negative impact on House Bill 1595 and still hold this universities harmless from any addition in the future of any university that qualifies under criteria. Did I say that correctly?
There is a path that requires several steps, qualifications and the funding and appropriation by the legislature to get there. But they have other avenues for funding in the bill now until they reach the TUF, yes.
And I really look forward to working with you and finding and identifying some of those additional avenues. It may take a little bit of work, study, research, but I support this piece of legislation for a simple reason that higher education is key to our state. Education is key to our economy. Education is key to our democracy. And I always thought about education being the best equalizer we have in our society. So we must provide the resources and support necessary for our higher education universities to reach that level of being Tier 1 and surpass. We as a state should be able to surpass and go beyond the Tier 1 universities that California may have, or New York may have, or Illinois may have. But thank you for your work on this bill, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Perry, what purpose?
Question for the author.
Do you yield?
Yes.
Senator Huffman, thank you for this. Kind of along the same lines as Senator Hinojosa, but just straight up, and I will ask for this to be recorded in the journal. So the intent is, upon meeting the criteria to enter the TUF, some other university system not currently in there or will be in there as of today, the state will fund that before they enter, correct?
Correct.
The equity piece of that, so that they don't dilute any of the other university systems.
Right,
That is
and the
required.
floor amendment has a formula that I haven't seen much legislation with formulas, but there is a formula, so there won't be any disagreement or argument or misunderstanding. It's a mathematical formula that's going to have to be met.
All right, and Mr. President, I wish that that last comment exchange between me and Senator Huffman be put in the journal for intent.
Would you state it in a motion form?
Yeah, make a motion that dialogue with me and Senator Huffman, the intent of the bill is that no additional schools will be added without the state covering the cost of that to maintain equity and hold harmless those existing universities in the tough.
Members, any objection? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Secretary will no need any objection on suspension. Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out committee substitute for House Bill 1595. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 1595 relating to the administration and investment of and distribution and use of money from certain constitutional and statutory funds to support general academic teaching institutions in achieving national prominence as major research universities.
There is an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Huffman.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, members. This is the amendment I referred to. Specifically, this floor amendment ensures that the institutions in the TUF are not negatively impacted when a new institution is added. This has been, of course, one of the negative aspects of NRUF. We want to fix this so that the existing institutions are not negatively impacted. To accomplish this, the legislature would need to appropriate money into the corpus of the fund to ensure existing members are held harmless to the greatest extent practical. The amendment provides a formula to determine the size of the appropriation needed to maintain value for existing institutions using two numbers, the market value of the TUF on September 1st and the new institution's share of the fund. Again, the formula is spelled out on page, right there, section 2, page 1 of the amendment. It also includes a provision to ensure that no institutions are negatively impacted if the constitutional amendment is not approved by the voters. So I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Senator Henry, also what purpose?
Actually, with a Senator yield for a question.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this may not be the correct amendment to ask you a question. You have another amendment, right? Correct? Third amendment?
I believe, do I have two? I think I just have this one.
Okay, well, then my question is pretty simple. In that, paid attention to the intent that Senator Perry put in the record. There are, and I asked this question a while ago, you have A&M universities that are within the A&M system,
yes,
but that don't qualify for PUF.
Correct.
They will be eligible to qualify under the under the Texas University Fund as set up.
That is correct, because they do not participate in PUF, and they are the only institutions that do not. All the UT systems have incorporated some form of the use of PUF, where A&M has chosen not to, and that's why they, under the terms of the legislation, could theoretically someday become possible if the requirements that are in this floor amendment are held or followed, which would have to be because they would be in statute.
Correct, but they're not disqualified automatically.
They're not qualified now, but they are not disqualified because they are not PUF eligible. Now, if something happened and they became PUF eligible, then that would change the story. But as of now, they are not PUF eligible.
And I just want a clarification whether records might be asked that be placed in the journal.
Are you making a motion?
Yes, sir.
What is the motion?
That the exchange between Senator Huffman and I on the issue of non-PUF schools, that they would also at some point qualify under the criteria set in House Bill 1595.
If I could clarify, that they someday may clarify, they may qualify, not that they someday will qualify. I don't know that they will. Yeah.
And to be sure, you're saying non-puff, not non-tough. I just want to be sure.
Non-puff schools.
Okay.
Obviously, some of them don't qualify right now, but they may qualify in the future whenever they meet the criteria.
Okay. So make a motion to reduce this to writing.
Mr. President, I make a motion to reduce the exchange between Senator Huffman and myself into writing.
Any objection? Hearing none. That exchange will be added to the earlier with Charles Perry and Senator Huffman. Question on the adoption of the amendment. Any objection? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. You're recognized on engrossment.
I move passage of third reading of the committee substitute to House Bill 1595.
I'm sorry, it's third reading, not engrossment. It's a House bill. Any objection? Hearing none. The bill passed the third reading. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29 ayes, 2 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 1595. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 1595 relating the administration and investment of and distribution and use of money from certain constitutional and statutory funds to support general academic teaching institutions in achieving national prominence as major research universities.
You're recognized on final.
I move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29 ayes, 2 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you, Senator. Senator Huffman, you're recognized on committee substitute for HJR 3. Suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute to HJR 3. Members, this is the the constitutional amendment that the previous bill was the enabling legislation for this constitutional amendment. It makes changes to NRUF, which was established in the Constitution, and it provides for ongoing funding necessary to ensure the long-term health of the TUF system, a new research fund created by the bill that I just laid out. It also enables up to $100 million in the ESF investment and interest income to be dispersed to the Texas University Fund annually. Again, this revenue would only come from investment and income earned from the ESF, would not deduct from the ESF principal. And of course, it will have to be approved by voters for this to take effect. I will have a floor amendment. It will only, again, clarify the issue that PUF eligible institutions are not eligible for TUF. This is always the intent, but we're clarifying it. So I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none. The rule is suspended. Committee lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for HJR 3. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute HJR 3, proposing a constitutional amendment relating to the Texas University Fund.
There is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Huffman.
Senator Huffman, on your amendment.
Yes, members, this is the amendment I just referred to that clarifies that PUF eligible institutions are not eligible for the TUF. I move adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. You're recognized on passage of third reading.
So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none. This bill passed the third reading. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
29 to 2. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for HJR 3. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute HJR 3, proposing a constitutional amendment relating to the Texas University Fund.
You're recognized on final.
I move final passage of the committee substitute to HJR 3.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergdahl.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Bill's finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Senator Huffman, the chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion to concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 729.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to concur with the House amendments to committee substitute for Senate Bill 729. This makes technical changes needed to ensure that the cash balance benefit structure established in Senate Bill 321, which was our pension reform bill, is implemented as intended. House made some changes to the bill through a floor amendment. Specifically, it added some technical changes, some ability for Group 4 members to reestablish prior state service, and allows Group 4 members who previously worked for the state to who withdrew their funds to certify their withdrawn time to use for retirement eligibility or purchase their time. Does not impact the actuarial status of the ERS plans. Good tool, so I move to concur.
Senator Huffman moves that the Senate concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 729. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergdahl.
31 ayes, no nays. The motion is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Huffman, when you get a moment before you leave for your meeting, can you come forward? Thank you.
Senator Zaffarini is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 266.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, House Bill 266 by Representative Valerie Swanson relates to the required filing and use of an affidavit containing the contact information of certain persons in a guardianship proceeding. Members, generally this bill would require a person who applies for the appointment of a guardian within the time prescribed by the court to file a confidential affidavit containing contact information of persons entitled to notice and instruct the guardian to rely on that contact information. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 266. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 266. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 266, relating to the required filing and use of an affidavit containing the contact information of certain persons in a guardianship proceeding.
Senator Zaffarini is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Zaffarini moves past third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. The bill is passed to third reading. Senator Zaffarini is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
31 ayes and no nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 266. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 266, relating to the required filing and use of an affidavit containing the contact information of certain persons in a guardianship proceeding.
Senator Zaffarini is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage of House Bill 266. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Mr. President and members.
Senator Zaffarini is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 785.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time House Bill 785 by Representative Valerie Swanson. It relates to the delivery of certain notices or other communications in connection with guardianship proceedings. Generally, members, this bill would allow notices and communications during guardianship proceedings to be sent by any qualified delivery method designated as such by the United States Secretary of the Treasury. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 785. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 785. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 785, relating to the delivery of certain notices or other communications in connection with guardianship proceedings.
Senator Zaffarini is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. The bill is passed to third reading. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
31 ayes and no nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 785. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 785, relating to the delivery of certain notices or other communications in connection with guardianship proceedings.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage of House Bill 785. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Paxton is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 793.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 793. Members, the Department of Family and Protective Services currently requires parents to use state-contracted service providers to complete court-ordered services before they can reunite with their children. The limitation of only being able to use agency-selected providers often creates scheduling conflicts and struggles for parents because of conflicts with their transportation or work, and sometimes simply availability of providers. Parents who are trying really, really hard to take the required steps to reunite with their children can often experience unnecessary harmful delays. This bill allows parents to complete these required service plans through any qualified provider which meets the department's criteria. I move to suspend.
Senator Paxton moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 793. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 793. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 793, relating to the selection and reimbursement of certain persons providing services required under a service plan filed by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Paxton moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Paxton is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend.
Senator Paxton moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Earhart,
31 ayes and no nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 793. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 793, relating to the selection and reimbursement of certain persons providing services required under a service plan filed by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Senator Paxton is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Paxton moves final passage of House Bill 793. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Earhart,
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Johnson is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 1910.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. We have a problem when we're trying to prosecute forgery in this state. A forger could create $1 million of counterfeit money, go spend $10 of it, and right now prosecutors are only able to charge them with trying to spend $10 of forged money. They can't go after the total amount. This bill fixes that problem by creating a legal presumption that if a person is proven to have forged money, they did so with the intention of spending the amount that they forged. Mr. President, members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 1910.
Senator Johnson moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 1910. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1910. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1910, relating to the prosecution of the offense of forgery.
Senator Johnson is recognized for a motion.
Move passage to third reading.
Senator Johnson moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
I move to suspend the constitutional three-day rule. The bills be heard on three several days.
Senator Johnson moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
31 ayes, no nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 1910. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1910, relating to the prosecution of the offense of forgery.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage of House Bill 1910.
Senator Johnson moves final passage of House Bill 1910. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Campbell is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2370.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Committee Substitute Senate Bill 2370. This bill permits the Water Improvement District Number 3 in Comal County to hold an election to separate from the ESD Number 7, and with that, I move suspension.
Senator Campbell moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2370. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 2370. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2370 relating to the division of certain emergency services districts.
There is an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Campbell.
Senator Campbell, you're recognized on the amendment.
Senate Bill 2370 was filed as a non-legislative council draft. The committee substitute put the bill language under a different code than what was originally filed. This amendment simply puts committee substitute Senate Bill 2370 back under Title V Special District Local Laws Code, Chapter 8489, as was originally filed. I move adoption.
Senator Campbell moves adoption of the amendment. Any opposition? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Campbell moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Campbell is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Campbell moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
30 ayes and 1 present not voting. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage of committee substitute Senate Bill 2370. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2370 relating to the division of certain emergency services districts.
Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage.
Senator Campbell moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 2370. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
30 ayes, no nays, and 1 present not voting. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Betancourt. Senator Betancourt is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1546.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Special districts are units of local government that are created for judicial, political, electoral, administrative purposes. Many are created via special district local law, and these legislative processes, some are created administratively. Recently, some special districts have utilized their public corporate powers to acquire real property well outside the district's geographical boundaries through their power to sponsor public facility corporations. These acquisitions are made primarily for the purpose of making the property acquisition property tax exempt from local property taxation for the investors of the property and or the ownership partners without any approval or authorization from cities, counties, or other districts. As a result, result, this is bad public policy, and the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1546 seeks to end these abuses by ensuring that special districts may not utilize a PFC to own or acquire multifamily residential developments outside of its geographical boundaries. I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1546.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1546. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1546. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1546 relating to the authority of certain special districts and corporations created by certain special districts to exercise certain rights and powers outside district boundaries.
Senator Betancourt is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1546.
Senator Betancourt moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none. The bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert, Flores.
31 ayes and no nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1546. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1546 relating to the authority of certain special districts and corporations created by certain special districts to exercise certain rights and powers outside district boundaries.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1546.
Senator Betancourt moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1546. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert,
31
Flores.
ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the needed reform.
Senator Zaffarini, recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2691.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time House Bill 2691 by Representative Angie Button. It relates to the authority of the comptroller to issue certain payments to persons who are indebted or delinquent in taxes owed to the state and to state agency reporting requirements. Members, this bill would authorize the comptroller to release held payments in excess of the amount of outstanding debt and require agencies to notify their debtors that their debts will be reported to the comptroller and may result in the withholding of any state payments that the debtors may be entitled to receive. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2691. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2691. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 2691 relating to the authority of the Comptroller of Public Accounts to issue certain payments to persons who are indebted or delinquent in taxes owed to the state and to state agency reporting requirements regarding such persons.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. The bill is passed to third reading. Senator Zaffarini, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart,
31
Flores.
ayes and no nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 2691. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 2691, relating to the authority of the Comptroller of Public Accounts to issue certain payments to persons who are indebted or delinquent in taxes owed to the state and to state agency reporting requirements regarding such persons.
Senator Zaffarini, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage of House Bill 2691. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2559.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, House Bill 2559 is by Representative Cody Vasut, relating to the persons authorized to administer a note in this state. Members, this bill would ensure retired justices of the peace are treated the same as other retired judges by authorizing them to administer oaths, enhancing consistency in the judicial system. There will be a floor amendment which impacts the comptroller. Mr. President, I move the suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2559. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2559. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 2559, relating to the persons authorized to administer an oath in this state.
Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Zaffarini.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, the floor amendment would allow the comptroller or a former comptroller also to administer an oath. Mr. President, I move adoption.
Senator Zaffarini moves adoption of the amendment. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Zaffarini, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
31 ayes and no nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 2559. Secretary, call the roll.
House.
Third reading. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 2559, relating to persons authorized to administer an oath in this state. No.
Senator Zaffarini, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage of House Bill 2559. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Whitmire, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 914.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 914. House Bill 914 addresses a common tactic criminals use to avoid capture when placing fake temporary license on cars they use to commit crimes. During the interim, the Criminal Justice Committee studied this growing problem, and this bill is a result of those hearings. House Bill 914 will classify registration tags and temporary license tags as government records. Anyone caught tampering or making use of these fake tags would be subject to a Class A misdemeanor. Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension.
Senator Whitmire moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 914. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 914. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 914, relating to temporary vehicle tags and the offense of tampering with a governmental record.
Senator Whitmire, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage of House Bill 914 to enrollment.
Senator Whitmire moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Whitmire is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Whitmire moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
31 ayes and no nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 914. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 914, relating to temporary vehicle tags and the offense of tampering with a governmental record.
Senator Whitmire, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of House Bill 914.
Senator Whitmire moves final passage of House Bill 914. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton,
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
I got one more, I think, down here.
Senator Whitmire is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 1088.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business, take up and consider House Bill 1088. Members, when a person under the supervision of a local parole or probation office files a writ of habeas corpus lawsuit, the AG is forbidden from representing the office, and the local county and district attorney can also refuse. As a result, the employees named in the lawsuit have to cover the cost to defend that office. Relying on employees to hire private counsels creates an unjust system. House Bill 1088 specifies how the AG and local prosecutors can work together so that probation departments will be afforded capable representation in these lawsuits. Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension.
Senator Whitmire moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 1088. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1088. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1088, relating to the representation of a community supervision and corrections department in cases in which a person under the supervision of that department challenges the fact or duration of the supervision.
Senator Whitmire, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage of House Bill 1088 to enrollment.
Senator Whitmire moves past the third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. The bill is passed to third reading. Senator Whitmire, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Senator Whitmire moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert,
31 ayes and no nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 1088. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1088, relating to the representation of a community supervision and corrections department in cases in which a person under the supervision of that department challenges the fact or duration of the supervision.
Senator Whitmire, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of House Bill 1088, Mr. President.
Senator Whitmire moves final passage of House Bill 1088. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert, Flores.
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you. For the use of the call.
Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2371.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business and take and consider House Bill 2371 at this time. Members, House Bill 2371 amends the Health and Safety Code by allowing municipalities to sell additional burial sites in an abandoned historical cemetery if they have maintained it in accordance with the Health and Safety Code for a minimum of 25 years. This is just ones that they end up having to take over due to lack of maintenance or no other owner turns it over. With that, I move suspension.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2371. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2371. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 2371 relating to the disposition of burial spaces and abandoned plots in certain cemeteries in the possession and control of a municipality.
Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion.
Move passage to third reading.
Senator Hancock moves passes third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move to suspend the Constitution that rules be read on 3 several days.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 2371. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 2371 relating to the disposition of burial spaces and abandoned plots in certain cemeteries in the possession and control of a municipality.
Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Hancock moves final passage of House Bill 2371. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2575.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the buy one, get one free. Today, I move to suspend the regular order of business, take and consider House Bill 2575 relating to workforce diploma pilot program.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2575. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2575. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 2575 relating to the workforce diploma pilot program.
Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion.
Move passage to third reading.
Senator Hancock moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hancock, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall.
27 ayes and 4 nays. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 2575. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 2575 relating to the workforce diploma pilot program.
Senator Hancock, you recognized for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage, House Bill 2575.
Senator Hancock moves final passage of House Bill 2575. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
27 ayes and 4 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1489.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, yesterday we passed Senate Bill 1489, a bill that expands the prohibition of ESG investments by a public institution of higher education. ESG stands for Environmental Social Governance, a strategy that promotes divestment in oil, natural gas, and coal energy companies. These politically fueled practices result in financially underperforming funds for investors. Harvard's endowment, for example, has suffered more than $2 billion in losses after divesting from energy companies. It's time that we take a stand, members, against financial firms that have shifted their focus from free market principles to virtue signaling. Texas investments should adhere to the proven pillars of capitalism, not Wall Street banks promoting ESG. As lawmakers, we have a duty, members, to protect the long-term financial health of higher education, and Senate Bill 1489 ends the practice of politically trendy firms eroding the endowments of our Texas universities. Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment. Final passage.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1489. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
19 ayes and 12 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 1489. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1489, relating to prohibiting the investment of the Permanent University Fund, the National Research University Fund, or money held by a public institution of higher education in financial companies that boycott certain energy companies.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I appreciate your indulgence as I was in a hurry this morning. Move final passage on Senate Bill 1489.
Senator Creighton. Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To make remarks on the bill.
You are recognized.
I hope that Senator Creighton, Senator Hughes, and all of the senators in this chamber, after we see the results of these ESG prohibiting bills in the financial markets, and we have credible and objective evidence of them actually eroding the value of our investments, that they will consider rescinding these bills. The stated intention here is to keep our investments from being eroded by ESG, and I believe evidence over time will show that these bills themselves are an abandonment of free market priorities, and that these bills themselves are reducing the interest-bearing capacity of our funds and increasing the interest rate on our borrowing in this state. And when that evidence comes back, I hope we will reconsider these actions.
Senator Creighton moves final passage of Senate Bill 1489. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
19 ayes and 12 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1557.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute of SB 1557 relating to providing for an election by the parent of a student who was victimized by a public school employee to transfer the student to another public school campus or receive funding for the student to attend private school. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1557. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
18 ayes and 13 nays. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1557. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1557 relating to providing for an election by the parent of a student who was victimized by a public school employee to transfer the student to another public school campus.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Parker moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1557. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
18 ayes and 13 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1860.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time on third reading Senate Bill 1860. This is a bill we passed yesterday that has to do with cities and proposing climate charters, major changes to their city charters that affect state policy, the state's economy, and I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1860. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
18 ayes and 13 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1860. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1860 relating to the adoption of a climate policy in a municipal charter.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Hughes moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1860. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
18 ayes and 13 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Members, I'm sorry that we're delayed. We're just organizing amendments over here for the next bill. Senator Campbell, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 369.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Senate Bill 369 provides a remedy for property owners who pay property taxes yet do not get full municipality services. The remedy is election for a disannexation. With that, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up Senate Bill 369.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
I do.
Senator Campbell, thank you so much for our ongoing discussion on this bill.
Yes.
So this bill as filed, and I know that you have an amendment, but as filed and as voted out of committee, it would automatically disannex portions of cities at midnight on December 31st, 2023, without a petition, without a vote, and without an exception, correct?
Yes, as filed it would. With amendments, it's changed.
So I look forward to the amendment that does require a vote, and I will be asking questions on that amendment when it comes up. These questions, I believe, are germane irrespective of whether the bill is amended. And they go to who would provide, who, if anyone, is obligated to provide these essential services once the area is disannexed. So first, I'd like to ask, who, if anyone, is obligated to provide police services to this area, these areas once disannexed?
When they're disannexed, they'd be disannexed from the city. They would then be in the county, and it would be up to what's usually provided in the county, which would be the sheriff's department.
Have you spoken to any sheriffs with regard to the level of law enforcement coverage as it compares to municipal law enforcement coverage?
No.
Are you aware of the fewer officers per capita that is generally accepted in sheriff's departments with as compared to municipal police forces?
I know that. Not exactly. I mean, yes, in rough numbers, yes. However, Austin Police, they're down in their force, so I don't know what the ratio is, Austin Police compared to Travis County Sheriff's Department.
So generally speaking, sheriff's departments have a lower per capita to officer ratio than municipal forces.
Yes. More miles to travel, but less density in population.
Also, sheriff's deputies generally travel one per car, whereas in municipal police forces, there are often 2 police officers per car.
Yes, probably.
And so the law enforcement coverage would be of a lesser frequency, lesser coverage, unless, of course, the disannexed residents chose to purchase security services to augment the county.
It's probably true, but not sure they're related.
Are you aware of whether or not areas that are interested in disannexation in Travis County or in the city of Austin are currently utilizing private security?
I'm sorry, are they what? Using private security?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if they are or not.
Let's go to roads and street lights. Who, if anyone, would be obligated to provide roads and street lights to these areas once they have disannexed?
Whatever's normally provided by the county would be expected to be provided once the area is disannexed.
So have you spoken to the road and bridge departments of any of the counties that you represent with regard to the level of the standard of road maintenance and street lighting as it differs from municipal standards of road maintenance and street lighting?
I haven't, but I'm sure the people that are interested in getting full city services have evaluated that.
So you would be aware that the standards for county road maintenance and street lighting have fewer sidewalks, fewer street lights, fewer curb and gutter drainage, and more bar ditch drainage, for instance.
Likely, but if we're looking at county versus what city would have, the whole point of this is that this is just an area that some are receiving a smattering of services, but for the most part, they pay full taxes. They do not get full services. Sidewalks, lighting, police, everything combined.
So let's move on to fire and emergency medical services. Who, if anyone, would be obligated to provide fire and emergency medical to these areas once disannexed?
Whoever normally provides it in the county.
Are you aware that counties do not provide fire or medical service, or not obligated to provide fire or medical service?
They may not be obligated, I'm not sure, but we've got a lot of folks that choose to live in the country.
And who do you imagine provides fire and emergency medical in the country?
In the county.
Would it come as a surprise to you that it was either volunteer fire departments or emergency service districts that provide fire and emergency medical?
No, it would not surprise me.
And in some instances, those volunteer fire departments and emergency service districts do not provide emergency medical, and residents require private ambulance service?
Residents, you know, those that are going to be should they choose to be disannexed, that's going to be on them to procure whatever they feel like they need. But important, I just keep going back to the fact that right now they're not receiving services.
Now, there is a process for expanding emergency service districts or creating a new emergency service district, but I note that the bill does not provide for an expansion of emergency service districts or the creation of a new emergency service district to cover these areas once they're disannexed.
That is correct. This is a bill just trying to remedy what's wrong now. It's incumbent on the folks living in this area to try to define what services they need and how they're going to procure them.
Are you aware, though, that once disannexed, these areas will, by definition, not be within any territory of any apparatus obligated to respond to them for fire and emergency medical?
They are in the county, so whatever the services that Travis County provides, other residents within the county outside of city limits or ETJ, I would expect those same services to be provided for anybody who disannexes and finds themselves outside an ETJ or city limits.
But again, counties in the state of Texas are not obligated to provide fire and emergency medical services.
And there's nothing about this bill that obligates anyone to do so.
The entities that are obligated are emergency service districts, and these disannexed areas would, by definition, not be within the territory of any emergency service district.
That would be up to them to either petition, however they would go about having any lap or double coverage with an ESD that would touch the city and ETJ, as well as roll over into the county. I don't know how that works in Travis County. It's up to the folks that have to make a decision about the disannexation.
So let's move on to water, wastewater. Who, if anyone, would be obligated to provide water and wastewater services to these areas once disannexed?
Most of them have their own septic and well, but again, whoever provides services in the county, should they be provided, I would expect them to be provided to this area. However, my bill does not address anything other than the fact that if you have your own well and you have your own septic system, that is considered a service under the required full services from a city or ETJ. That would still be required. I mean, that counts for a service being delivered, even though it's their own personal well or septic.
Now, you're aware, to the extent that they are receiving water or wastewater services and don't have a septic or a well, they are paying a fee for that service, correct?
From what I understand, yes.
And you are aware that that counties are not obligated to provide water or wastewater services?
That is correct. I'm aware of it.
And it is municipal utility districts or entities that are called CCNs, Certificates of Convenience and Necessity, or water utility districts that actually provide these sorts of services?
Usually, yes.
So your bill doesn't speak to requiring the extension or the creation of a MUD or a water utility district or a CCN to provide services to these folks?
No. I appreciate you being thorough, but no. The bill does not speak of anything required to be delivered once a group is disannexed. Once they choose it, they have to choose.
So let's move on to another one of the essential services enumerated in your bill, which is trash collection. Who, if anyone, would be obligated to provide sanitary services and trash collection once the area is disannexed?
I don't know that anybody's obligated. It's, again, up to the people who choose to disannex.
So again, much like water, wastewater, and emergency medical and fire service, counties are not obligated to provide trash service to county residents.
Whatever a county is already obligated to do for those people, for those in the county that are not within city or ETJ, I would expect those same services to be unaffected by this bill.
Also, once disannexed, these areas would not have the protection of zoning, correct?
Unless it's whatever is available in the county at the time.
And what if the area being disannexed is entirely surrounded by the city limits? Would you expect the city to extend services to them because they were entirely surrounded?
I would not expect that if they choose to disannex, but they don't get the services now, and they're not encircled.
Would they be able to provide, to get services in exchange for a fee from the city that they were completely surrounded by?
I do not know.
Would the county be required to cross city areas of city territory in order to access these surrounded islands and provide services?
I would assume if they are defined as in the county, even though they are surrounded by city limits, that the county would still have an obligation. However, that's not addressed in this bill.
So in sum, with regard to the essential services that the disannexed area is claiming they are not receiving from the city, they would continue to not receive those essential services once disannexed.
They would only receive the services that are obligated by the county because they pay county tax also.
So you are aware of and comfortable with the probability that they will not be receiving the services that they have complained of not receiving, and the standard of services that they do receive will drop to a county standard at most.
Whether it does drop or whether it stays the same or whether services are not provided by the county, it's not up to this bill and it's not up to me. It's truly left on their shoulders. They're the ones that have to evaluate. And this bill was brought to me because they've had years of trying to get services. So I think they're well aware of what they feel like they need and how they would get it. But again, it's disannexation by an election.
Thank you for answering my questions with regard to the bill as it's come over to the floor. I'll have additional questions on your larger amendment that requires a vote. And thank you for that amendment.
Thank you. And thank you for being very thorough with the questions. That's reasonable for the folks. Thank you, Senator
Appreciate it.
Eckhart. And I'll say I look forward to your questions. I'm not sure I do, but well, I'll listen. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Campbell moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 369. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
18 ayes and 13 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 369. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 369, relating to disannexation of certain areas that do not receive full municipal services.
Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Campbell.
Senator Campbell, you are recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment clarifies that a municipality does not need to provide the operation and maintenance of water if the area of the property owner is serviced by a CCN holder, or the property owner has their own private septic, or the property owner has their own well water.
Members, is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Parker.
Chair recognizes Senator Parker on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Campbell, for working with me on this amendment. This amendment would clarify that provisions of Senate Bill 369 do not apply to airports who choose to provide most services traditionally offered by a municipality within their own boundaries. I do believe this amendment is acceptable to the author.
Senator Campbell, you're
The
recognized.
amendment is acceptable.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 3 by Campbell.
Senator Campbell, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a long amendment because it was put in because we needed an actual process for the election of a disannexation. This amendment strikes fire hydrants from the list of municipal services to remain consistent with what's in current law. It puts in a process for property owner to file a complaint with the municipality if they believe the city is not providing services. The municipality has 60 days to respond to a property owner and must state and provide proof that they are or they are not providing services. If the municipality is not providing full services, then the municipality must provide a plan of action for the provision of full municipal services to the property. The plan of action must be completed a year from the date of the filed complaint. All major infrastructure projects must be completed 3 years from the date of the filed complaint. The property owner may bring civil action or request the AG to bring civil action to enforce the plan of action. If the municipality fails to provide or implement a plan of action, then the court shall order the municipality to hold an election on the questioning of disannexing an area that's not receiving full services. The court shall determine the boundaries of the area within which the voters of the municipality may participate in the election. And if a court orders an election, then the property owners may recover attorney fees and court costs.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author on the amendment.
Senator Campbell, do you yield?
I do.
Thank you so much, Senator Campbell. And thank you for providing me the copy, the draft of the amendment in advance. I note you have added a complaint and vote provision in this amendment, and I appreciate that. I believe that that is a considerable improvement. How does the complaint and vote provision in your amendment compare to the process provided in Section 141 of the Local Government Code? I'm sorry, 43.141.
This amendment provides that it gives the city opportunity for a plan of action and gives them an opportunity to provide services, maybe just try to get them on board to provide services. If not, it gives them a plan. It gives a timeline where others have not provided that.
Now, you are aware that Local Government Code Section 43.141 also requires a plan.
Yes, I can't hear you. Yes, I suppose, I assume yes because you're reading it. You know it.
So under your bill, the complaint can be lodged by one person in the area, correct?
Yes.
Under Section 43.141, it requires a majority of residents to bring the complaint.
It does.
Under your bill, the complaint is to the city, and under Section 43.141, it is a petition circulated among verified residents and brought to the city, correct?
I'm sorry. Would you ask me that again?
Sure. So we've already established that under your bill, the complaint only requires one person, whereas under Section 43.141, it requires a majority of the residents.
Okay.
Under your bill, the complaint by that one person is to the city, and under Section 43.141, it is a petition circulated among verified residents and requires a majority of those residents to bring a petition to the city, correct?
Hold on one second. I want to make sure I don't say anything wrong. That doesn't apply evidently to this section of government code, is that right? As the city was founded in the charter. This group, this was not actually an annexed area. This was just a part of the city all along. And so it's different than an area that was annexed, or the charter would be.
Oh, so you're speaking different. Specifically of Lost Creek, but this is a statewide bill, correct?
It is. So
what I'm establishing is the similarities or differences from a statewide application between Section 43-141, which already exists, and your Section 43-1415 that is the subject of this bill.
Correct. It's different.
Both your section and the existing Section 43-141 gives the city 60 days to respond to the complaint in your bill and the petition under Section 43-141, correct?
Yes.
If there is no resolution under the existing law, the petitioners, which are a majority of the residents, can take their case to district court requiring discovery of the city. Whereas under your bill, they continue to work with the city to a resolution, correct?
They have to have a plan. If they show that they've got a plan, yes, they continue to work with them. And they have a year if it's to providing the plan is in good faith and that the area folks they're working together. They have 1 year for something, for minor services, and 3 for heavier infrastructure.
Now, one important difference between the existing path through district court and your path of working with the city on an agreed upon plan is that your bill has a $500 per day penalty that can be exacted by the Attorney General.
Yes.
Until those services are provided, correct?
Yes.
Where does that $500 per day fine go? To the general fund of the state?
Yes. Yes.
Your bill also allows for attorney's fees and allows for the Attorney General to represent the residents or residents single. Do those attorney's fees go to the general fund of the state?
I think they would go to the attorney. If it's the Attorney General, I think it would go to the Attorney General's office.
In both your bill and the existing mechanism in statute, if supported by the facts, a court can order the disannexation and an appropriate wind down, correct?
Say that again.
In both your bill and the existing mechanism in statute, a court can order the disannexation for failure to provide services and an appropriate wind down for that disannexation, correct?
There's not a timeline. Yes, there's not a timeline set on that.
One difference, however, is one would expect the court to establish some wind down with regard to the pro rata debt in the area. There's no mention of a wind down of pro rata debt for any infrastructure provided in the disannexed area in your bill.
Dad, are you talking about the $500 a day or?
No, I'm talking about, for example, if the city was constructing a lift station to provide water services in the area, but the water had not yet been provided, but significant expenditure had already been made. Cities levy debt based on their full tax capacity. And so it is the disannexed area would bear a pro rata share of that debt.
No.
Under the existing statute, that pro rata debt is accounted for.
It's
and
not
your
here.
bill does not account for
No.
that. Why are current disannexation provisions for failure to provide services in Local Government Code Section 43-141 insufficient? Why do we need this bill when we already have a mechanism?
This one is specific. Well, this one does address the fact, or it describes that we don't, it's an area that's not had any annexation before. But this is the only one that also provides such a plan to actually work with the city to get services. The goal is really to get services, but if not, it's a remedy for remedy by disannexation with election to get
out of it. If a single resident or group of residents pursues disannexation under 43.1415, which is your bill, and for any reason that disannexation fails, let's say a court finds that the facts are insufficient, do the residents then have a do-over under section 43.141?
Can they bring the problem back again? They could go through the same process. More people, whatever. Wherever their failure was, they can bring it back.
So I do note that your bill requires major infrastructure projects in the response from the city. If the city responds and says, yes, we're going to provide you those basic services, that depending on the circumstances, they have to provide that infrastructure either in 1 year or in 3 years, correct?
If it's major infrastructure, it's 3. They have 3.
But they can't do a certificate of obligation for that, can they?
A CNN?
A CNO.
A CNO. I don't know.
They'll have to bond for that, correct?
Whatever the city has to do.
So do you think that a city would be able to accomplish a bond election and construction within the 3-year time frame?
I don't know. Well, that's also one reason why 3 years is given, but that whether they can get it done or not, or whether they can just do it with the money that they've already got in their general fund, I don't know.
So if they need to issue debt, it's unlikely that they would be able to accomplish an infrastructure project within 3 years.
I'm not sure. My hope would be that they can.
And what do you think the chances of passage of a citywide bond election that puts an area that wants to disannex at the front of the line for debt issuance?
In Austin?
Anywhere.
I think it would pass in Austin.
Cities issue debt, as I said, based on the total tax roll of the municipality. So to the extent that the city has already debt-funded infrastructure projects in the disannexed area, how should the disannexed area settle its portion of the debt burden?
They shouldn't.
So are you suggesting that the remaining city residents absorb that tax burden?
They've been getting services. This area has not been getting services, yes.
So and let's put a pin in that, because I do have an amendment to the amendment that addresses that point.
Okay.
So it is your belief that the remaining municipal residents should absorb that tax burden because they are getting services?
Well, they're ones that have already voted for. They've already voted for those the taxes to be raised. Yes.
So the fiscal note.
And there's nothing saying. Excuse me. There's nothing saying that the folks who want to be disannexed or just want services would have voted even for the tax burden.
So the vote in your amendment is only a vote of those who are inside the area to be disannexed, correct?
Yes.
So the rest of the municipality, the rest of the residents of the municipality do not get a say in that vote, correct?
No.
But they are the ones who will be absorbing that debt burden to the extent infrastructure was built in the disannexed area.
They're going to be paying on the tax bonds that they approved when they went to the polls.
So that infrastructure might include roads, lift stations, fire stations.
I don't know.
Whatnot. Okay. The fiscal note on this bill does not take into account the cost to counties in absorbing the law enforcement, environmental and public health enforcement, streets, drainage, permitting for the disannexed area, correct? Counties are not mentioned.
Correct.
Have you heard from counties you represent with regard to the costs that they would be picking up from the disannexed, for servicing the disannexed areas?
I don't have any areas that this bill affects other than an area here in Travis County, Austin.
The fiscal note on this bill doesn't take into account the cost to the disannexed residents to duplicate, replace, or go without the services that they received from the city to the extent that they received services before disannexation, correct?
Correct.
So what recourse do residents in affected neighborhoods have if they didn't want to be disannexed?
They can fight against the petition.
So in the election...
They can vote against it, obviously.
Right. So those who voted against the disannexation and were on the losing side may incur costs from replacing their services, even though they didn't want to be annexed or disannexed. Do you see any remedy for those folks?
No.
I would like to offer an amendment, and after we take the vote on this amendment.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Could you repeat your question, please?
Senator Campbell has her amendment. I have amendments to her amendment. My presumption is that we must move forward on the vote to her amendment before I offer amendments to her amendment. Is that correct?
No, Senator, we have to go through the amendments through the amendments first.
Thank you so much for instructing me on that. So I do have 3 amendments to the amendment, and I defer to you as to which should come first.
Thank you, Senator. Following amendment to the amendment, Secretary, read the amendment.
So this is amending Amendment 3. Okay. Floor Amendment number 4, amending Floor Amendment number 3.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, there are several municipalities within Senate District 22 that provide a majority of the municipal services defined by this bill to their constituents, but not all of the services as defined. In fact, under this legislation, the majority of, say, my gated communities would be disannexed due to the city not conducting road maintenance. In my own community in Granbury, I will be disannexed because of this. But in checking with my city managers of Granbury, Waco, Midlothian, others, my amendment, I believe, would help cure this bill to make it acceptable. Members, what this amendment would do was state that only one service would have to be provided, whether that's police, fire, emergency medical, solid waste, road maintenance. As long as one service is provided, the municipality would not have to de-annex. That way the city does not have to provide all the services as defined by the bill, but would only have to provide at least one of the services defined by the bill. And I would ask your favorable consideration of the amendment, Mr. President, and Senator Campbell.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author of the amendment.
Of the amendment?
Of the amendment.
Do you yield?
I yield, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Birdwell, I was reading your amendment, it's a pretty simple amendment, and when we were talking prior to, your concern, and you gave a great example, is that a community that may have been in the city for a long time, in your case, your community, 25 years?
That's correct. Right now, in my home city of Granbury, this bill will disannex half of the population of Granbury. And in disannexing that half, it also means as what Senator Eckhart talked about with bond ratings and bond debt and the like.
Yep.
But of these services, my community, my section of Granbury receives all but one, and that is the road maintenance.
Right.
But I receive fire, police, sewer, wastewater, and regular water, and solid waste services from the city of Granbury. Waco's got the same circumstance as well, and many of my other cities, particularly because of the growth in the northern climes of my district in Ellis County, what I used to have in Johnson that Senator King now has. There's been a number of annexations that relate to this, and some services are provided, but maybe not all. And so the disannexation process, particularly for my home city, would cut the city's property valuation away for that period of disannexation of over half the city of Granbury.
Which it means it would hurt the rest of the taxpayers that now have to hold up the debt.
That potential exists, yes, sir. That's why I'm seeking this amendment, because however long the reannexation process starts,
sure.
And then they return back to the tax rolls as it relates to that property, whatever that delta is, it's kind of like you taking a mortgage out, and based upon what income you make, you qualify for this mortgage. Then your income's cut in half.
Right.
You still got to make that mortgage. Who makes up the delta? And that's the challenge my hope is that the Senator Campbell will take the amendment.
The people who living in what's left of the city would have to be on the hook for there's no other way around it. And for those people who choose to live in a gated community, they know that their quarterly or annual, whatever their homeowners' dues are how you pay for those streets. Everyone's aware that the city doesn't take care of streets behind a gated community. So it's not like they came into a situation and the city is leaving them without a service. They were aware of that when they bought into that community. Is that not correct?
I was certainly aware of that when I bought into my community 21 years ago, I think it was.
Yeah.
So I was certainly aware of that. And part of the reason for it being one is in speaking with my city managers, police and fire don't necessarily require an infrastructure, whereas sewage and water require pipes. And there are places where I've got some city-owned properties that are vacant lots. They would even have to disannex, and while that doesn't necessarily create a property tax issue, it means to maintain it.
Right.
I would now have to go put water on it without knowing how it would be developed potentially and what we're going to do with it. So in some ways it puts the cart before the horse. And so that's why by only having one of these services, it would give the ability of cities, communities throughout, certainly my district. I know mine is geographically larger than yours. I don't know how it would impact yours, but it would not have the unintended consequences that I think the bill as is would have for those of us with the multiple counties and multiple cities in our districts.
If I heard you correctly in your amendment layout, you said that if this amendment were to get on, then you feel that the bill itself would be in a position where you possibly could support it, because currently you can't support it.
Yes, sir. If the amendment goes on, I've told the author if the amendment goes on, I'll support the bill. But if it doesn't, I won't support the bill.
So without the Birdwell amendment, the bill is not supportable by Senator Birdwell.
That's correct.
Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Campbell on the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Birdwell. We did talk about this. I can't think of any reason why a city would really take taxes from someone, property taxes, and not provide all the services, or see to it that they had services like already road infrastructure that's found in an area like you live in. But no, this is also by choice. This isn't forcing anybody. If there's not a group, if your HOA, for instance, does not want to disannex, there's nothing forcing anyone to do that. This is simply a remedy for folks who do not receive services and they need them, and they're being taxed. That's it. So the amendment is not acceptable. I don't think it strengthens the bill. I think it weakens it. Thank you, though, Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Senator Campbell.
Members, the question is on the adoption of a floor amendment, amendment number 4.
I do.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcorst, LaMantia, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Parks, Springer, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini,
Members, there be 10 ayes and 14 nays. The amendment fails. Following amendment to the amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 5, amending Floor Amendment number 3.
Senator Eckhart on the amendment.
This amendment that goes to the bond election for the infrastructure necessary to provide these essential services. In the instance of a bond election, this amendment would, actually, let me make sure I'm on the right one. This would allow the municipality to hold an election to authorize the issuance of general obligation bonds to pay for that infrastructure, and in so doing, the bond, which would be a citywide bond election, would also include the statement, quote, "This is a tax increase," as per a bill that Senator Campbell has pending in local government, and bills that Senator Betancourt and I believe Senator Birdwell have passed in previous sessions.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author of the amendment?
Do you yield, Senator Eckhart?
You.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Eckhart. Let me see if I read this correctly. What you're saying is if a municipality, a city gets a complaint under subsection C, and they determine that in order to implement this plan of action, if this bill goes into effect, that it's going to require construction of new infrastructure. As we've heard before, that it may require infrastructure to fulfill this, then they have to have, in order to provide the full municipal services to the property of the complainant, they can hold an election, authorize the issuance of these bonds to pay for it, but you want them to have, this is a tax increase at the end in all caps. Are there other places where the state requires that language in bond elections?
Yes, increasingly, the state requires that language in bond elections. This would just be specific to these types of bond elections that front load an area threatening disannexation, that it is clear that the bond election for the infrastructure to address the area's needs is a tax increase.
So we've recently heard from some people that the reason they have this on school bond elections, this language that was put into law last year, was because any new debt, according to them, is an increase in taxes as a result. So all you want is what's good for the goose to be good for the gander. Is that not correct? Some fairness.
Absolutely. And unlike other bond issuances that may actually result in a decrease in taxes over time because of the efficiency of debt financing a project rather than financing it with a general fund, this will always be a tax increase by definition.
Right. This would be a tax increase. So you just want truth in taxation. When they do something like this, they need to know what potentially is going to happen, because as we heard Senator Birdwell, that if his city of Granbury loses 70% of its population, that there is no way that the rest of the taxpayers, that 30%, wouldn't have to pay for more services. I think you have a very good and honest taxation amendment.
And in this instance, it would be a tax both on the area that was pursuing disannexation as well as the remaining municipality, because this is part of a plan to keep them in.
So because of the actions of the state, if this bill were to go into effect, local government would potentially have to find resources to pay for what they're left, the bag they're left holding. And therefore, you're saying if we're going to do that to them, we at least must be honest with the voters on what happened and what's going to happen to their checkbooks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing this good, honest amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Campbell, on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment to the amendment is not acceptable.
Members, the question is on the amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Lamantia, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Barker, Paxton, Perry, Wertner, Sparks, Springer, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini,
There'll be 10 ayes and 16 nays. The amendment fails. Following amendment. To the amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 6 by Eckhart, amending Floor Amendment number 3.
The chair recognizes Senator Eckhart.
Thank you so much. As you all have heard, Senator Campbell's amendment does mimic the existing statutory rubric that requires a majority of the area seeking disannexation to want to be disannexed. And therefore, she has a vote required in her amendment. That vote would only go to the residents in the area seeking to be disannexed. What my amendment does is add to the ballot language, this is a tax increase for the remainder of the municipal residents. This is a transparency measure. This is a true statement in all regards. There is no exception. When an area votes to disannex, it is, by definition, a tax increase for the remainder of the municipal residents. As you have heard, there is no provision in Senator Campbell's bill for the disannexed area to continue to pick up its pro rata share of debt for any infrastructure in the area. And even if there is no infrastructure in the area, the reduction in numbers of properties considered in the tax base of the municipality, as Senator Birdwell so eloquently laid out, makes the burden on the remaining property owners and remaining municipal residents, even if they're not property owners, higher. So the statement, this is a tax increase for the remainder of the municipal residents, will always be true in a disannexation under Senator Campbell's bill. And I move approval of the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Campbell on the amendment to the amendment.
First of all, I would like to say that this would almost be, you could make the same argument for people moving out, people that want to move out of the city. There's still a bond debt, a bond obligation, a burden on the folks. But as people move out because of high taxes or whatever reason, that debt is left to be absorbed by the other residents of the city. Same thing here. But no, the amendment is not acceptable to the amendment.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Lamantia, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, Springer, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini.
There be 10 ayes and 17 nays. The amendment fails. Following amendment to the amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 8 by Eckhart, amending Floor Amendment number 3.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized on the amendment.
I have to say that this process is a wonderful deliberative process, and I am enjoying the revelation of where tax transparency is important to our members and where it is not. This particular amendment goes to the no new revenue maintenance and operations rate of the county. And let me explain. The no new revenue maintenance and operations rate was formerly known to many of us as the rollback rate. And it was the rate on which counties could go above the rollback rate without triggering an election, a ratifying election for the taxes. So what this amendment does, it's a very technical amendment. What it does is it provides a 1-year float on the rollback rate for the county, now known as the no new revenue maintenance and operations rate. That 1-year float on the rollback rate would treat the disannexed property like new construction, but for only 1 year, providing the counties a very slim pad for taking on additional burdens of providing services to the disannexed area. I will tell you that counties would only be taking on some law enforcement, some road maintenance to the extent that the roads were eligible for county services, and would not be taking on things like trash, water, wastewater, emergency medical, or fire, because that's not what counties do. So this amendment provides just a 1-year float on the rollback rate. And that 1-year float goes away just to give them a little leg up in providing what services they can to an area upon disannexation.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
That's okay. Mr. President, just a quick question for the author of the amendment.
Senator Eckhart, do you yield?
I do.
Thank you, Senator Eckhart. Senator Eckhart, you're bringing some very technical and very thoughtful amendments, because prior to your service in the Senate, were you not in county government?
I was. And actually, I want to correct what I just said. I said rollback rate. It was the effective tax rate, which is what we used to call it, and we now call it the no new revenue maintenance and operations rate. The same tax rate to bring in whatever the tax rate needed to be to bring in exactly the same amount of money as last year. So basically what this bill does is it says we'll treat this like new construction to bring in so that it doesn't count toward the same amount of money.
And your purpose of bringing this is not a gotcha amendment or anything like that. You're just trying to help. In the event, we've heard from Senator Birdwell very articulately and passionately describe the city of Granbury losing 70% of its taxpayer base, that they could potentially lose that. That would be devastating to the city. And so all you're saying is give them a year to figure out how they're going to make this up and catch this up. And so that's all you're saying. You're not trying to sink the bill. You're saying this is completely different. Let's help those counties and cities that may get left holding the bag. Is that correct?
That's correct, and it only applies to the county, and it's only for 1 year. Okay. So we're talking about maybe 20 to 30 cents per $100 valuation on the properties inside the disannexed area being considered like new construction for 1 year.
Thank you for bringing a thoughtful amendment. Appreciate it. Look, very, very thoughtful. Thank you.
Senator Betancourt, for what purpose?
Speak against the amendment when appropriate.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. The property taxation system is designed on a individual year-by-year basis. When you're looking at de-annexation, you have to remember that the county itself already has full value of the appraisal roll in each and every year that de-annexation could occur, the previous year, the current tax year, as well as the future tax year. So to provide any type of additional revenue for the county would be double taxation, and more importantly, having a switch in this bill to be able to try to crack open the previous year's tax effectively rate calculation. It's simply not practical or workable because once the tax rate's adopted, it can't be overturned. Any disannexation that occurs is reflected in the current year's tax roll for the city that's de-annexing. And I just want to point out that almost all of the discussion that we've had on disannexation, it's because of lack of city services, such as in Austin, of driving people to want to become disannexed because they're having to turn the county or the ESD or any other taxing unit for basic services. So with that, I'm opposing the amendment at this time, and will do always.
But wait, there's more.
Senator Campbell on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Eckhart. I'm not going to accept the amendment, as we talked just before. But thank you. They've been paying county taxes, and they'll still be paying county taxes, whether they're disannexed or not. But thank you for the thought.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Lamantia, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, Springer, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini.
There be 11 ayes and 19 nays. The amendment fails. Question on the adoption of floor amendment number 3. Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Whitmire, for what purpose?
Well, Senator, you ask some questions.
Senator Campbell, do you yield?
Yes.
Senator Campbell, I had to step outside so I didn't get to hear you lay the bill out, but try to do a quick study. Let me see if I can ask you the practical application of your statute. If a community, say in the inner city, is not getting services, full services, and they deem that they're not, what would become of that footprint inside a major city that through your legislation has been determined eligible to de-annex? So let's say in the middle of a city the size of Houston, 2.3 million, you got a couple 100,000 people maybe in the inner city not getting any one of the services you listed. They de-annex. What is their level of governance there? I mean, what services would they have if they've pulled themselves out of being a part of that major city? Say Main Street and Preston on downtown Houston is determined they're not getting either public safety, any list of services, street maintenance. What would become of them if they de-annexed and they're inside a major city? Who would provide them city services that and not the one that you're saying they're not receiving? Who would provide them their public safety, for instance?
I think we can unpack your question in a few ways. One, this is volunteer.
I understand.
You have to want to be disannexed. You do have to prove, or this, you've got to, there's a grievance process, if you will. You let the city know you are not receiving full services. If you're, and I can't imagine why anybody would say it's okay to pay your full property taxes but not get full services, which are in the law already. But I think to your question is, if they're still anywhere, city or ETJ, and they're not receiving full services, and they choose to be disannexed, and they become disannexed, who would provide the services? Is that your question?
That is, what is their status? Not only what are their services that they need to receive as residents in this major metropolitan area that your provisions would allow them to be de-annexed, so they're no longer a part of that municipality. What becomes of them? And then also, what about the surrounding areas? If my desk is de-annexed in the middle of Houston, certainly the impact on the neighborhoods around it are going to be felt. I really don't, I mean, have you really sat down and talked to someone how the application of this would work? And it doesn't even have to be a major city. It could be a mid-sized city like Waco or Granbury or
well, hopefully
I won't.
No, well, I'm just saying, hopefully.
We can't hope ourselves through this.
Okay, I'll change it from hopefully. First of all, it's in the law to provide the services. Number two, if you're not getting the services, you have the right to petition the city, tell the city.
I don't disagree with that.
Well, then
I don't disagree that you have the right to get the services.
Okay.
It's once you are de-annexed through your provisions.
Then you're in the country.
And you're going to be an island.
That's right.
De-annexed citizens with no governance from a city, but you're sitting in the middle of a major metropolitan city.
Well, I feel sorry for them if they are like a donut hole inside a city. And Senator Eckhart brought that same topic up. Scenario
about a donut hole, but I'm talking about living, breathing human beings inside a major metropolitan area that if they determine, and I can show you some communities that would meet your
without service
lack of services, and it could be multiple. It could be streets, or what if they have to boil their water for 2 days like we had to in Houston about 2 months ago?
I think that
that would certainly qualify as not full services. So if they want to de-annex, but they're sitting inside the loop, what about the surrounding neighborhoods? But more importantly, what about their safety and welfare? Because they wake up and they're not a part of a municipality any longer.
Well, first of all, before you get to the point where they are de-annexed, this bill almost compels the city, provide the services. Provide the services so you don't lose the property tax. Provide the services so you're doing what you're supposed to do for the people.
I agree with you that cities ought to do that.
They should.
And now I'm going to throw you another curve.
Well, let me get back to the point.
What if you have an entire city, that is not providing full services. And I can cite you some examples of that. What becomes of the notion that the entire city would like to be de-annexed?
So if you're telling me that an entire city
I'm telling
is
you that.
not, that they are paying property taxes
Well,
and they are...
I'll get Brother Bittencourt to swear that Houston is not providing maintenance of their streets across Houston. So what if a group of citizens determine Houston's just not maintaining our streets and we'd like to de-annex from Houston, and guess what? It's 2.3 million people. What becomes of that proposition?
I think number one, I mean, they still have a pathway, but number one, if they've got a governance that's not providing the services, then change the governance.
But you're giving them the opportunity to de-annex and unincorporate the entire city. I really,
only
Senator
those that want
don't
to.
think, have you really thought the practical application of your proposal?
I have thought it out. We've got folks, it's just, they're being taxed and they don't get services. That is wrong.
I believe
let's fix it.
Have you looked at your long list of things? Not only
that's already in law.
Street maintenance.
It's already in law.
Quality water supply. You know, 2 months ago, Houston, for 2 days, we were required to boil our water.
By the time the letter gets to them, well, that's now, by the time they have time to complain about boiling water 2 days, their faucet will be back on with purity of water they can drink. So that's obviously temporary enough that's not going to make it through the grievance process.
But if someone establishes we do not have reliable water supply, under your conditions, they could de-annex. And
they could.
In this instance, it would be the entire city.
Only those that don't get the pure water. Who's not getting the water? They should. Yep. I said only those who, one, want to get de-annexed, number two, are not getting the water.
So you're going to allow them to de-annex, but it's the entire city.
I can't believe, well, I think it's a scenario we don't have to have a discussion about right here.
We have to have a discussion. That's what we're doing right now.
I said, I think it's a scenario we don't need to have a discussion about.
Look here. It says a person owning real estate property wholly or partly located in the area may bring an action against the municipality to compel disannexation of the portion of the property located in a municipality.
It's just in law.
So could that be just a single lot?
It's just in law. However it's interpreted, however the city can remedy it by a letter.
Oh, no, it's you're the author.
But the city has to...
Have a lot. If I have a lot in Houston, Texas, and I'm not getting full city services, like trash pickup, can I take that lot? My desk would be Houston. Here's a lot. They're not getting trash pickup. In the middle of Houston, can this lot de-annex itself?
If they, yes.
Well, what becomes of that lot?
It doesn't say anything about a lot size. Whatever the city services are supposed to be provided by law, they need to provide, or there's a remedy by annexation.
Your questions are not, your answers to my questions are not addressing the realities of if your statute went into law. I don't know who gave you. I don't know what Tom Craddock told you when he gave you this bill, but I don't think he was talking about Houston, Dallas, Austin, or any.
But I'll tell you what we are talking about. There is a group. It is Travis County. I mean, it is Austin. They have for years not gotten full services. That's what brought it to me. And then I decided this isn't a local bill. Well,
you're making this a statewide bill.
I am, because really, if it's in law, you should be able to get the services you're paying for.
Would you do this for me? Would you tell the people that brought you this from Travis County, tell them elections matter? And that's the solution to their problem. Please, would you do that for me? Just tell them elections matter.
I think elections do matter, and Houston definitely needs to have a change of governance if they're not getting services.
See it every day on this Senate floor.
Okay.
Elections matter.
Thank you, Senator Whitmire. Thank you.
Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Campbell moves passage to engrossment. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Forrest, Gutierrez.
18 ayes and 13 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment and will hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Middleton is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2548.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 2548.
Senator Middleton moves suspension.
Thank you, Mr. President. After DFPS removes a child from his or her family, a court may decide to place the child back with their family, but under a state supervision. This temporary placement is commonly referred to as monitored return and serves as an opportunity for a parent to once again demonstrate their ability to adequately care for a child. A major difference between the original removal of a child and a child's removal from a monitored return is the framework that courts have issued orders under. And currently, courts consider factors expressly outlined in Section 262-102A of the Family Code to determine if the original removal is warranted. In an effort to provide uniformity and fairness to the removal procedures, this legislation would require courts to mirror 262-102 when considering removal from monitored return. And those factors are as follows. There is immediate danger to the physical health or safety of the child, or the child has been a victim of neglect or sexual abuse. 2, continuation in the home would be contrary to the child's welfare. And 3, reasonable efforts consistent with the circumstances in providing for the safety of the child were made to prevent or eliminate the need for removal of the child. And this bill stipulates that children can only be removed from monitored return after notice and a hearing that satisfies these factors by preponderance of the evidence. And the factors are copied from what's already in the code for an emergency removal. SB 2548 recognizes the reality that children are often never reunited with family after being removed from monitored return. And before DFPS executes a monitored return removal, they should be able to demonstrate the urgency and necessity of this removal. And with that, I move suspension.
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2548. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2548. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2548, relating to the procedures for the removal of certain children in the managing conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Senator Middleton is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move passage to engrossment for Senate Bill 2548.
Senator Middleton moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Middleton is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule for Senate Bill 2548.
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
31 ayes and no nays. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 2548. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2548, relating to procedures for the removal of certain children in the managing conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Senator Middleton is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move final passage of Senate Bill 2548.
Senator Middleton moves final passage of Senate Bill 2548. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Nichols for a motion to not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1500.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to not concur on Senate Bill 1500 with the amendments and request a conference committee.
Senator Nichols moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1500 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct the following conferees?
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 1500. Chair, Senator Nichols. Members, Senators West, Hancock, Alvarado, and King.
Following bills and resolutions on first reading in reference to committee, the Secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
House Bill 5 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 33 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 77 to State Affairs. House Bill 120 to State Affairs. House Bill 233 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 328 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 374 to State Affairs. House Bill 380 to State Affairs. House Bill 461 to State Affairs. House Bill 483 to Transportation. House Bill 525 to Jurisprudence. House Bill 538 to Transportation. House Bill 539 to Transportation. House Bill 636 to State Affairs. House Bill 698 to State Affairs. House Bill 751 to Transportation. House Bill 886 to Local Government. House Bill 891 to State Affairs. House Bill 923 to Transportation. House Bill 975 to Transportation. House Bill 1009 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1087 to State Affairs. House Bill 1208 to State Affairs. House Bill 1217 to State Affairs. House Bill 1301 to Local Government. House Bill 1349 to Water, Agricultural, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 1356 to State Affairs. House Bill 1368 to Transportation. House Bill 1385 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 1466 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1469 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1528 to State Affairs. House Bill 1649 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1695 to State Affairs. House Bill 1723 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 1740 to Veteran Affairs. House Bill 1778 to Transportation. House Bill 1833 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 1879 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 1896 to State Affairs. House Bill 1899 to State Affairs. House Bill 1913 to Transportation. House Bill 1956 to Local Government. House Bill 1968 to Transportation. House Bill 2053 to Transportation. House Bill 2129 to Jurisprudence. House Bill 2133 to State Affairs. House Bill 2231 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 2232 to Local Government. House Bill 2233 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 2262 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 2265 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2290 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 2291 to State Affairs. House Bill 2295 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2323 to Transportation. House Bill 2335 to Transportation. House Bill 2345 to State Affairs. House Bill 2350 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2380 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 2397 to Local Government. House Bill 2443 to Water, Agricultural, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 2510 to Education. House Bill 2534 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2590 to Transportation. House Bill 2608 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 2616 to Transportation. House Bill 2680 to Transportation. House Bill 2719 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 2735 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 2754 to Transportation. House Bill 2767 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 2800 to State Affairs. House Bill 2835 to Transportation. House Bill 2847 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 2850 to Jurisprudence. House Bill 2867 to Local Government. House Bill 2876 to Transportation. House Bill 2884 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 2900 to Water, Agricultural, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 2946 to Education. House Bill 2954 to State Affairs. House Bill 2956 to Local Government. House Bill 2976 to Education. House Bill 2999 to Transportation. House Bill 3023 to Transportation. House Bill 3028 to Education. House Bill 3045 to Transportation. House Bill 3097 to Local Government. House Bill 3104 to Finance. House Bill 3132 to Transportation. House Bill 3136 to Local Government. House Bill 3208 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 3222 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 3255 to Education. House Bill 3265 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 3286 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 3295 to Local Government. House Bill 3323 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 3418 to Transportation. House Bill 3439 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 3444 to Transportation. House Bill 3483 to Veteran Affairs. House Bill 3484 to Transportation. House Bill 3528 to Local Government. House Bill 3558 to Transportation. House Bill 3604 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 3672 to Transportation. House Bill 3743 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 3747 to Transportation. House Bill 3777 to Local Government. House Bill 3860 to Local Government. House Bill 3928 to Education. House Bill 4051 to Finance. House Bill 4062 to State Affairs. House Bill 4077 to Local Government. House Bill 4106 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 4121 to Transportation. House Bill 4122 to Transportation. House Bill 4147 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 4218 to State Affairs. House Bill 4233 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 4246 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 4277 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 4285 to Local Government. House Bill 4286 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 4316 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 4416 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 4437 to Education. House Bill 4444 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 4447 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 4477 to Education. House Bill 4507 to State Affairs. House Bill 4539 to Finance. House Bill 4623 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 4635 to Border Security. House Bill 4653 to Finance. House Bill 4702 to Health and Human Services. House Bill 4716 to Education. House Bill 4742 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. House Bill 4811 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 4882 to Education. House Bill 4932 to Natural Resources and Economic Development. House Bill 4966 to Criminal Justice. House Bill 5066 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 5076 to Transportation. House Bill 5135 to Transportation. House Bill 5150 to Transportation. House Bill 5180 to State Affairs. House Bill 5260 to Business and Commerce. House Bill 5303 to Local Government. House Bill 5319 to Transportation. House Bill 5328 to Transportation. House Bill 5342 to Transportation. House Bill 5367 to Local Government. House Bill 5369 to Local Government. House Bill 5395 to Local Government.
Following motion in writing, Secretary read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for House Bill 400 relating to innovation grant programs to support residency training programs in psychiatric specialty fields and recruitment, training, and retention programs to be withdrawn from the committee on from the Subcommittee on Higher Education and re-referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. Senator Colhorst, author. Senator Creighton, Chair Committee from which bill is being withdrawn. Senator Colhorst, Chair Committee to which bill is being re-referred.
Members, is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion is granted. The President's desk is clear. Are there any announcements? Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rules so that the Senate Subcommittee on Higher Education can meet today, May 9th, upon adjournment at the back rail to consider pending business and other committee business. Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Senator Creighton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the posting rules to add House Bill 1959 by Senator King, sponsored by Senator King, House Bill 1707, sponsored by Senator Hughes, House Bill 4210, sponsored by Senator Campbell, to the agenda for the Senate Education Committee hearing tomorrow, May 10th at 9:15 a.m. in E1 028. Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Senator Birdwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 1110 and 1118 and all necessary rules so that the Senate Committee on Border Security may meet in the Senate press room today, May 9th, upon adjournment immediately after Senator Whitmire's committee meets in the press room. Members, I move suspension.
Any objection on the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend Senate Rule 11.10 and 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Finance can hear House Bill 2230 at the committee's scheduled hearing tomorrow, May 10th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Senate Finance Committee room, E1.036. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Senator Hughes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, move to suspend the posting rules to allow the Senate Committee on State Affairs to meet upon adjournment at the rail by Desk 1 to consider pending business. So, Senate State Affairs upon adjournment at the rail by Desk 1 for pending business. That's my motion.
Members, is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10, 11.18, so that the Senate Committee on Local Government can meet today, May 9th, 2023, upon adjournment to take up pending business in the Betty King Room, 2E.20. We'll be there to vote out bills promptly. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Whitmire.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rule 11.10 and 11.18, so the Senate Criminal Justice Committee can meet upon adjournment in the Senate press room to consider new and pending business. Members will be taking up House Bill 6 by Representative Goldman, Senate sponsor Senator Huffman, on adjournment in the press room.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you. I move that the Senate adjourn until 11 a.m. Wednesday, May 10th.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Wednesday, May the 10th.